Hare ISKCON Bhaktivedanta Manor, I'd like to welcome everyone for the morning program. So today is a new month, Thursday, 1st of April 2021. Indeed. So this morning, Srimad Bhagavatam class will be given by His Grace Srimati Nandan Prabhu. And this evening's Bhagavad Gita class will be given by Bhakta Joy Prabhu. Also a couple of other announcements. So yesterday there was a configuration of the Wi-Fi system here. We're looking to consolidate all the Wi-Fi points to a single Wi-Fi point in the Manor Wi-Fi link. So that work continues also on Sunday. So devotees are requested to be mindful of that. And obviously if there are issues, then you can contact Ram Lakshman Prabhu or just ask one of us. Also, in terms of the start of the half-term period, because obviously tomorrow is Good Friday and Easter break starts, the darshan times are changing for this couple of weeks in terms of school holidays. So there will be darshan times from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. and 4:20 p.m. to 6:15 p.m. also. So just in that afternoon period, the barriers will stay up from 1 p.m. all the way up to 4 all the way to the end, really. So then obviously there's nothing going on here, so then at this sort of they don't have to take the barriers off and on again. So yeah, from literally between 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. and 4:20 p.m. to 6:15 p.m. There'll be private darshans going on, so devotees are requested to be mindful of that also. Okay, continuing from Srila Prabhupada Shikshamrita. A letter to Minaketana Prabhu on 19th August 1973. He's saying, regarding your problem, you should know by now that if you break one of the 4 regulatory principles, then you cannot advance. Advancement is possible only by sincere chanting of the holy name. So what can I say? You chant, be determined not to engage in this sinful activity again. There is no use in writing to me that you are doing something sinful and then you continue to do so in some plea. Stop sinful life, be Krishna conscious. That's all. Prabhupada ki, Srimati Tulsi Maharani ki, Shri Vrindaye, Tulsi Devyaye, Priyaye Kesavasya, Vishnu Bhakti Padadevi, Satyavataye Namo Vrindaye, Devyaye, Priyaye, Kesavasya, Vishnu Bhakti Padadevi, Satyavataye Namo Namaha. Vrindaye, Tulsi Devyaye, Priyaye, Kesavasya, Vishnu Bhakti Padadevi, Satyavataye Namo Namaha. Srimati Tulsi Maharani Vrindadevi ki.
Krishna Vishnu Let us offer our respectful obeisances to all the Vaishnava devotees of the Lord, who can fulfill the desires of everyone, just like design trees, and are full of compassion for all the fallen conditioned souls. Vanchakalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhubhyeva cha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo. Anantakoti Vaishnava Vrinda ki jai. Trinadapi sunichena tarorapi saishnuna amanina manadena kirtanya sadavari. One should chant the holy names of the Lord in a humble state of mind, thinking oneself lower than the straw in the street. One should be more tolerant than a tree, devoid of all sense of false prestige, and ready to offer all respects to others. In such a state of mind, one can chant the holy name of the Lord constantly. There are 10 offenses to be avoided in the matter of chanting the holy names of the Lord. They are as follows. 1. Blaspheme the devotees who have dedicated their lives to propagating the holy names of the Lord. 2. To consider the names of demigods like Lord Shiva or Lord Brahma to be equal to or independent of the names of Lord Vishnu. 3. To disobey the orders of the spiritual master. 4. To blaspheme the Vedic literatures or literatures in pursuance of the Vedic version. 5. To consider the glories of chanting Hare Krishna to be an imagination. 6. To give some interpretation on the holy names of the Lord. 7. To commit sinful activities on the strength of chanting the holy names of the Lord. 8. To consider the chanting of Hare Krishna as one of the auspicious ritualistic activities offered in the Vedas as fruitive activities, karma. 9. To instruct the faithless person about the glories of the holy name. And 10. To not have complete faith in the chanting of the holy names, and to maintain material attachments even after understanding so many instructions on this matter. It is also an offense to be inattentive whilst chanting. Every devotee who claims to be a Vaishnava must carefully guard against all these offenses in order to quickly achieve the desired success. Krishna Prema, Shri Harinam Prabhu Ki Jai.
Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare
Jai Hare
Vishnu Padaya Krishna Krishnaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta
Hare Krishna
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Whoa! Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Gokula Nanda, Radha Gokula Nanda, Radha Gokula Nanda, Shri Radhe. Radha Gokula Nanda, Radha Gokula Nanda, Radha Gokula Nanda, Shri. Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman, Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman. Jaya Gora Nitai, Jaya Gora Nitai, Gora Nitai, Gora, Jaya Gora Nitai, Jaya Gora Nitai. Jaya Gora Nitai, Jaya Gora Nitai, Gora Nitai. Oh, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol Nitai Gora, Hari Bol. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Srila Prabhupada. Nitai Gaura Premanande, Yiri
Divine grace. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada ki jai.
Jaya Kunja Bihari. Jaya Gopijana Vallabha, Jaya Girivaradari. Jaya Gopijana Vallabha, Jaya Girivaradari. Yashodanandana Vraja Janaranjana. Yashodanandana Vraja Janaranjana. Yamuna Tira Vanachari. Yamuna Tira Vanachari. Jaya Radha Madhava, Jaya Kunja Bihari. Jaya Radha Madhava, Jaya Kunja Bihari. Jaya Gopijana Vallabha, Jaya Girivaradari. Gopijana Vallabha, Jaya Girivaradari. Yashodanandana Vraja Janaranjana. Yashodanandana Vraja Janaranjana. Yamuna Tira Vanachari. Yamuna Tira Vanachari. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Radha Gokula Nanda, Radha Gokula Nanda.
Radha Gokura Nanda Shri Radhe Jaya Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman Jaya Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman Jaya Goranita 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 Jaya Goranita Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Srila Prabhupada. Thank you, Prabhupada. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. We are reading the Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 1, Chapter 18, verse 22. And I will try to read line by line. You repeat. After I will do one verse and you will do. Yatra nurakta sa sevadira Vyapoya dehadishu sangam mudam Vajanti tat paramam syamantyam Yasmin aimim sopashanas vadharma Yatra nurakta sahasevadira Yapoya deadishu sangamudam Vajanti tat paramahamsyamantyam Yasmin haim sopasanas vadharma. One more time. Yatra nurakta sahasevadira Jai Jai Shri Radha Gokulananda ki, Shri Siddham Lakshman Hanuman ki, Shri Gauranitai ki, Vyapoya Dedaishu Sangam Udam, Rajanti Tat Paramahamsya Mantyam, Yasmin Aim Sopasanas Vadharma. Okay, I will recite the verse one time. Yatra nurakta sahasevadira Vyapoya deadishu samgamudam Vrajanti tat paramam syamantyam Yasmidaim sopasanas vadharma. Please, someone. Yatra nurakta sahasevadira Vyapoya dehadishu samgamudam Rajanti tat paramahamsya uttam Yasmin aim papasana svadharma Yatra nurakta sahasevadira Yapoya dehadishu samgamudam. Vajantat paramahamsya antyam. Yasmin hamsopasana svadharma. Yatra nurakta sahasevadira. Vyapoya dehadishu samgamudam. Vajanti tat paramahamsya mantyam. Yasmin haimsopasana svadharma. Ladies, Yatra nurakta sasevadira. Yapodeyadishu samgamudam. Vajanti tat paramahamsya hantyam. Yasmin haimsopasana svadharma. Word by word. Yatra, unto whom, anurakta, firmly attached, sahasa, all of a sudden, eva, certainly, dira, self-controlled, yapoya, leaving aside, deha, the gross body and subtle mind, adishu, relating to, sangam, attachment, udam, taken to, vrajanti, go away, tat, that, paramahamsyam, the higher stage of perfection, antyam, and beyond that, yasmin, in which ahimsa, non-violence, upasama, and renunciation, dvadharma, consequential occupation. Translation by His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj Prabhupada Ki. Self-controlled person who are attached to the Supreme Lord Shri Krishna can all of a sudden give up the world of material attachment, including the gross body and subtle mind, and go away to attain the highest perfection of the renounced order of life, by which non-violence and renunciation are consequential. Purport. Only the self-controlled can gradually be attached to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The self-control means not indulging in sense enjoyment more than is necessary. And those who are not self-controlled are given over to sense enjoyment. Dry philosophical speculation is a subtle sense enjoyment of the mind. Sense enjoyment leads one to the path of darkness. Those who are self-controlled can make progress on the path of liberation from the conditioned life of material existence. The Vedas therefore enjoin that one should not go on the path of darkness, but should make a progressive march towards the path of light or liberation. Self-control is actually achieved not by artificially stopping the senses from material enjoyment, but by becoming factually attached to the Supreme Lord by engaging one's unalloyed senses in the transcendental service of the Lord. The senses cannot be forcibly curbed, but they can be given proper engagement. Purified senses, therefore, are always engaged in the transcendental service of the Lord. This perfectional stage of sense engagement is called Bhakti Yoga. Those who are attached to The means of Bhakti Yoga are factually self-controlled and can all of a sudden give up their homely and bodily attachment for their service, for the service of the Lord. It is called the Paramamsa stage. Amsas or swans accept only milk out of a mixture of milk and water. Similarly, those who accept the service of the Lord instead of Maya's service are called the Paramamsas. They are naturally qualified with all the good qualities or attributes, such as pridelessness, freedom from vanity, non-violence, tolerance, simplicity, respectability, worship, devotion, and sincerity. All these godly qualities exist in the devotee of the Lord spontaneously. Such Paramamsas who are completely given up to the service of the Lord are very rare. They are very rare even amongst the liberated souls. Real non-violence means freedom from envy. In this world, everyone is envious of his fellow being. But every living being is dependent on someone else because he's so made. Actually, everyone is dependent on the mercy of the Supreme Lord, but when one forgets his relation with the Lord, he becomes dependent on the conditions of material nature. Renunciation means renouncing one's dependence on the condition of material nature, and thus becoming completely dependent on the mercy of the Lord. Real independence means complete faith in the mercy of the Lord without dependence on the condition of matter. This Paramamsa stage is the highest perfectional stage in Bhakti Yoga, the process of devotional service to the Supreme Lord. Om Agyantimilondasa Ganangala Sharakaya Shakshurmitam Yena Tasme Shigurave Nama Chishitanya Manubishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutare Svayam Rupa Kadamayam Datati Svapadam Tikam Vandeyam Shri Guru Shri Uta Padakamaram Shri Guru Vaishnavam Sha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sagana Ragunatam Vitam Tam Sajivam Sadve Tam Savaduta Parijana Saitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padam Sagana Lalita Shri Vishakam Vitam Cha He Krishna Karuna Sindho Dina Bandho Jagatpate Gopisha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gorangi Radhe Vrindavaneshvari Vishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamani Hari Priye Vansha Karpatarubhyasha Kripa Sindhubhya eva cha Patitana Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namah Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutare Srimate Bhaktivedanta Svaminiti Namine Namaste Sarasvate Deve Gauravani Pacharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadara Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. May I request all your kind attention to give me your blessing that I can speak someone which is needful for you. Thank you. So when I was studying this verse, I identified two important sections for me. We can speak a lot of things in this verse because the purport is very long and we don't have so many times. And I will speak first about all Bhakti Yoga is superior to jnana, to the dry philosophical speculation, because we can engage our senses. Last time I gave a talk on Yukta Viraga, but I will not go on the same direction, so I will give another angle to that. And the second part, I will hope we will come to that, will be envy. And envy, or to deal with it, where does it come from? We were talking between the boys during Sutapa's lecture about Bhakti Shastri, Bhagavad Gita, about envy, and it came into a it didn't come to an end, so I did my research on Veda base, and I came to understand a little bit better. So I want to share the fruits of my research about that. So first of all, I would like to take 2 words, or maybe 3, from this verse. It will be anurakta. Anurakta means here attached. Anurakta, firmly attached. And it's one of the other conditions to be self-realized, with dhira, self-control. So those 2 words will be, it will come generally in a lot of verses through the Gita, Srimad Bhagavatam, Chaitanya Charitamrita. Those 2 verses are really important because the emphasis, first, anurakta, firmly attached to Krishna. So this is the positive thing. We engage in senses toward something, toward the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And dhira means engaging my senses. Engaging my senses, that means what? That means I'm protecting myself towards Maya. So this is to take distances. So in one way we are getting taste from Krishna's relationship, and in one way we are taking security, we are cautious about the influence of Maya, because we are marginal potency, and Maya is Maya Yaya Duratyaya, which is very difficult to overcome. So we know, humble. And in this verse there is another thing which is sadasa. We'll come to that later. All of a sudden, sadasa. Here, Prabhupada refers to it as one who has the means of bhakti. That means anurakta and dhira. He's self-controlled and is attached to Krishna. He can all of a sudden live for a life of renunciation. But in the same way, in the purport, it says that Prabhupada is referring to a progressive stage of devotion. So it's not that we can all of a sudden. So I will try to clarify that. But sadasa can refer also to another thing, to death. All of a sudden death is coming in this world. So we will try to see the 2 points of sadasa. First, we have to understand that there is no possibility for us to be anurakta, firmly attached, if there is still the desire of enjoyment within ourselves, because the desire of enjoyment is totally contradictory to the position of the servant. Enjoyment means I think about myself, but the position of the servant is I think about the master. So in order to be a good servant, we should try to master our senses. This is one thing. If we want to be anurakta, dhira needs to be there. And in the other hand, if we want to be self-controlled, we need rasa varjam raso piyasya param drishtva nivartate. We need that higher taste in order to let away our attachment, to let away our luggages, those conditionment that we have accumulated since many lifetimes, and we are carrying that with our subtle body and also with our gross body. So I was reflecting about a verse, and I find one verse which is, you may not perceive it right when you read that verse, but actually it's about that. Yatamam prapadyante tam stateva bhajami haham mama vartmanu vartante manusha pata sarvasha. When you hear this verse, you don't think about what we are speaking. But actually, if you dig a little bit better, it's totally related to that. Why? Because Krishna is saying that in any case, they have to come to me. Why? Because in any case, they have to come to the point that they realize that they have to suffer in this world. So that means at a point they have to be attracted to Krishna because they have they suffer, they need to master their senses. They come to that conclusion in any condition. In any condition, happiness has to be there, and is the substrate of happiness is mastering our senses. Otherwise, the mind will become such an impediment. The mind will create a second personality, the second self. When the yaksha was asking, when Dharma in the form of yaksha was asking to Yudhishthira several questions, you remember that story. I will do short, but basically Yudhishthira sent a lot of brothers in the period of exile in the Himalayas to get water, and they take water, and the yaksha says, "Stop, don't take that water." But they don't listen, and they take that water because they are very thirsty. But because they didn't listen, the yaksha, that they have been warned, if you take that water, you will die before to answer my question. They all die. Yudhishthira come, and the yaksha says, "You have to answer to my question before to take anything." And he says, "What is the second self?" And the second self is intelligence. And the intelligence means studying the choice of the mind. So when someone is not mastering his senses, the mind will get mad, and the intelligence will be stolen away. So there is this metaphor in Bhagavad Gita that you need only one of the senses to carry away the whole boat, and after that, this is suffering into the material ocean. So in order to not have our intelligence to be stolen, we need to master our senses. So this is just an introduction, and the thing is, now we come to a conclusion that both has to be there. We cannot go to anuraga, to raga bhakti without mastering your senses. And Vedic Bhakti means all the process of rules and regulation by which you will be able to establish yourself in a position of a submissive servant of the Lord. And it does not come all of a sudden. It's a progressive step by step. And Sadhasa is there to remind us at the end of the life that death is coming. And we understand that there is two kind of people. There is in the Brihad Naradiya Purana this verse, Yadesha aksharam gargi avitidvasma lokatpriti sabramana sakripana. Yadesha aksharam gargi avitidvasma lokatpriti sabramana. That means the one at the time to leave this world, look at pretty to leave this world, Avitid Vasmal, if he doesn't inquire about transcendental subject, he is no better than a Kripana. But the other end, the one at the time of death who has inquired about spiritual subject, Vitid Vasmal, is considered to leave this world as a Brahmana. So the problem in this world is that because our senses are driving us away from the goal of life, we just few years before to come to an end that, yes, old age, disease, all this will come inevitably, and it will take away everything. Anta medeva, that means the body has to come to an end. And what is the wonderful news in this world? What is the most incredible thing in this world is everybody will come to die, but nobody is trying to find a solution for that. So the spiritualist, he has understood that. He will find a solution for that. He will do practice. He will do bhakti yoga on the best of the cases. Otherwise, he will generally do jnana. He will try to cultivate knowledge. He knows that something is wrong in this world. dead matter cannot create this. Big Bang cannot come from the void. And I mean, the society is full of trickery, deceitful activities, sin. So maybe I should not trust them. The saintly person, they looks better, you know. So they start to inquire about life, and all of a sudden they come to realize that, spiritualists realize that, yes, this is the valuable path. If I have to take my example, when I was working, and I realized that, you know, going to work, having a family, friends, and so on, leads to chewing the chew again and again. It's losing taste. I had the impression to always do the same thing, but in a different circumstances. So I find it, at the end of my life, I was projecting myself in the future, and I was thinking, this life is really not so bright, you know, even if I have all what I desire. So I pray that I met someone, I could meet someone who will be able to guide me. And I met a devotee, and all of a sudden, by his saintly activities, I feel inspired to drop my job, to leave my friend, to say to my girlfriend, that's finished, and to change radically my life. Why? Because I felt the emergency, the urge to do that. Because all those years I've accumulated so much sinful activities in my subtle body that I realized that I was spoiled. Since 20 years I was spoiled. I was greedy, envious, I was lusty, I was angry, and all those things. I never wanted that in my mind. So I thought that path of devotion was the genuine path to engage your senses and to become purified and to be peaceful inside. And when you have that, life becomes a matter of contentment wherever situation you are, in holidays, in work, alone, being with people, family, dead or alive. That's okay. Even you are ready to give up your body at a certain point for the pleasure of the Lord. And I think this is the really wonderful thing in Krishna consciousness, such a renunciation. So all of a sudden he told me, you know, you can just leave your apartment, because I was living during the week in the devotee's house, and during the weekend during the week I was away, and during the weekend I had to come back and to do the program with him. And at some point I decided to leave my apartment and to live fully in the devotee's house. They were Radhanath Swami's disciple. And at some point he told me, you know, I know someone, he can be your spiritual master. It was Kadamba Swami, His Holiness, and I met him, and at one class he told, I like when people, they have the opportunity to commit, and if they have the opportunity to commit, they should go full, and they should dedicate themselves. He told at that time, I missed the time where we were able to slap the devotees. So, yeah, don't take that seriously in the way that means at that time, in the beginning, the devotees, they were dedicated on the point to not complain and to really give themselves in a way that today we feel comfortable. There were not so many facilities. They were taking cold shower there, and hot shower were considered Maya, you know. And Kitri was there every day. No, when we have Kitri, we feel that it's austerity. So it's different time. But today, things improve also in many ways. We go deeper in the scriptures. We understand more how to be able to preach and so on. So it's not black and white. It's just evolution. And at that time, it resonated in my heart. The instruction, I take that as a personal instruction, even if it was for everybody. So I decided to join, and all of a sudden, I gave all of my money to the devotees, and that's it. So yes, it's like that. All of a sudden, it's possible. The thing is, why Bhakti yoga is superior to dry speculation yoga? Because you are able to do just one example. Yaga shashta shtina shanto muchante salva kirbiche bunjate tedvakam papa yepachantiat makaranat. That means you can do a yagya by offering what you cook to the Lord. So this possibility is only coming when you establish a relationship between a servant, a master, between someone, and there is love. But someone with a Brahmavadi, he can do that, of course, because sometimes he can use the deity as a mean at a neophyte stage for him to relate, to be able to relate, to be able to meditate. But at the end, he wants to forget the deity. Jai Jai Shri Radha Gokulananda Shri Sitaram Lakshmana Hanuman Shri Gauranitai Ki Srila Prabhupada Ki Gaura Bhaktivedanta Ki Jai Srimad Bhagavatam Ki Jai. Okay. So yes, I will not go too much in detail. Ambarish Maharaj is like the best example to establish what is Yukta Vairagya, or the confrontation between Durvasa Muni, Brahmavadi is not able to mastering senses and going to anger, is less qualified than Ambarish Maharaj, who is consider himself a humble servant, who is ready to forgive Durvasa Muni in every circumstances. But I want to speak about actually renunciation, this ability to perform bhakti yoga in the higher stage of perfection in Vrindavan. And why? Because Vrikriditam Vraja Vaduberidam Shavishno Shadan Vito Nushriduyad Hatavarna Yedyaha Param Bhakti Bhagavati Pratilabhya Kamam That means the dealings with the inhabitants of Vrindavan is on the highest perfection. And amongst the devotees of Vrindavan, the resident, the cohort girl are the topmost resident of Vrindavan. And when we are discussing those pastimes, something happened, because you deal with you should first, before to talk about that, we should first deal that in a way that it doesn't invoke lusty desire in the heart of anyone. If you invoke lusty desire when you are talking about the Vraja Gopis, that means you miss your point. That means you should not deal with that. So I hope everybody will not think lustily about this, and we will be able to talk with that just peacefully. But I will not go into detail, don't worry. I'm not qualified for that. So the thing is, when you deal about the subject, transcendental subjects of, for example, all gopis, they are using their bodies as an offering to the Lord. They engage their lusty desire for the benefit of the Lord. It becomes the highest stage of purification. Bhakti Param, the highest stage of Bhakti, Patilabhya Kamam, to erase the material desire in the heart. Achinera dira really fast. Really fast, all the material desire coming from Kama in your heart will be clean by discussing those topics. So what happens is there is in Vrindavan something wonderful, the perfection of renunciation. And it becomes, one time, Krishna is talking about that with Uddhava in the 11th canto, and he says, Kevalena ibavena gopyo gavo naga mriga yenye buddha diyo naga sidamam iur anjasa. That means, in Vrindavan, there is they love me all with pure love, including gopi, including the cows, including naga, Here, Naga is not serpent, but Naga refers to immobile living entities like creepers, like trees, and also Mriga. Mriga here refers to all animals. And there is Muda Dio. Muda Dio refers to Muda, those who have a body which normally doesn't have a lot of abilities, like mountain. So they have all attained perfection, including Naga. After he says even the serpent, which is referring to Kaliya. So the example of the trees are, for example, Arjuna. The two Arjuna trees, they have been saved by the grace of Krishna. They have attained perfection. But actually, there is many things. When we understand the perfection of the gopi, the realization of the gopis, it's evident. They are ready to leave everything, husband, social custom, and so on. But when we come to the understanding of a cause, it becomes less evident. So, and when it becomes to a blade of grass, it becomes even less evident. But the thing is, when we are speaking about gopi, when we are speaking about inhabitants of Vrindavan, we are thinking that we want their place. But what is the prayer of Brahma first? Brahma says, I want to be a blade of grass in Vrindavan. What is the prayer of Uddhava? I want to become a creeper in Vrindavan. What is the prayer of Haridas Thakur? Perfection of renunciation. I want to be an ant in the house of a devotee, life after life. What we have to understand about that? We have to understand that, okay, I follow the footsteps of the inhabitant of Vrindavan, of the parampara, of the desire of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to attain the highest parambhakti, the highest stage of devotional service. But that does not mean that if Krishna wants to engage me as a blade of grass, I will not be happy. If Krishna wants to engage me as a creeper, as a cause, for his pleasure, let's do it. It happens that between even the plants, there is envy, you know? We were taking perfection of renunciation means be free from envy. The creepers, they look at Tulasi and they say, Tulasi is always at the feet of Krishna. I would like to be like her, you know? What a chance. But actually envy in spiritual world is appreciation. In the material world, it's the opposite. It's disrespect, inimicality. So as soon as I become inimical to Krishna, it's envy. As soon as I appreciate someone who has better quality than me, I begin to appreciate him. It's another side of envy. So what happens is those creepers, they envy Tulasi. But not only those. Trees are envying other people. Trees are envying the gopas, for example. Why? Because when the trees are seeing the gopas wandering, Krishna is taking one apple from them or one fruit, they have one chance to be in contact of Krishna. But after Krishna is going away, and they feel separation, the trees is saying, why I'm in this form? I want to follow Krishna. He's so wonderful. It's so difficult to be separated with him. And you have to understand that Madhavendra Puri was a desire tree. Madhavendra Puri was the initiator of Madhavendra Puri. Madhavendra Puri is the initiator of the Gopi Bhav, of feeling of separation, and so on. We know that, huh? Okay, right? That's nice. It's him who gave to Ishvara Puri that type of consciousness. It's Ishvara Puri who initiate Chaitanya Prabhu into then thing like a madman, Unmadavan, Nityarti, Bayaloka, without shame. But Madhavendra Puri was a desire tree. It says in the Gona Desh Dipika. It was a desire tree. Or he can express feeling of separation. Now you know. Now you know that when a tree is see Krishna going away, for him it's destructive in his heart. But it's not destructive in his heart against his benefit. It's destructive on the point that it's agitating him, agitating his remembrance, agitating his feeling of possessiveness. So feeling of separation is not the exclusivity of the gopis. We have to understand that. The perfection is everywhere in Vrindavan. So one time, Balaram will wander with Krishna. And he says, Aohami deva varamarajanam padambujate sumana faraharam. Here, look at those trees, my dear Balaram. Oh, devas amongst the devas. They are offering you sumana and faraharam. They are fruits and flowers. What happens? Namanti upadaya shikabir atmanas. They seems to they curb their branches like they want to pay you obeisances with their head. And what Krishna says after that about those trees, he says, Tamopahatye tarujanma yatkritam. Tamopahatye, they have taken all ignorance away. Why? Because they are tarujanma, such the birth in a tree when Krishna was in Vrindavan, on Boma Vrindavan, in Vrindavan on earth, sorry, and it was considered as, for those great souls to be in the body of a tree, it was considered for them an offense. It's because they will not be able to follow Krishna, so they were telling themselves, it's because of my offenses that I'm not able to follow Krishna. So they were paying obeisances to Krishna in the way that they can be forgiven from their offenses. And Krishna said that to Balaram. Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur explained that in this verse in this way. So you have to understand that the trees, they feel that this body is not meant for me to serve Krishna in the best way. If I'm in this tree, I had the perfection to meet Krishna, but actually I want to do more. I know I'm experimenting separation. So a second way to understand this verse is Taru Janma Yat Kritam. Because of this birth in Vrindavan, Tamoparachi, all ignorance has gone away. That's another way to understand this verse. When someone is taking birth in Vrindavan, you know that generally he has to go on the spiritual world, he does not need to take birth again, except big offenses. But generally, I mean, for him it's already achieved. That's the power of Vrindavan birth. Even the trees, they are on those stages. Normally, the trees, they are impersonalist, or people from the Edenic planets who go up and down, but in the Edenic planets, they did big offenses, and they go into the trees form, like the two sons of Kuvera, okay? Nalu Kuvera and Manigriva, okay. And one time, you know, all of you know Kanai Chandra, so to glorify him a little, I was in the altar with him, and I was taking the shoes of Radha Gokulananda to undress him. You know what he did? It chastises me. He says, "No, you cannot take the shoes of Radha Gokulananda without putting them on your breast before. To put them on the table." You know what does that means? Yatte sujata sharanam buruham staneshu. In the gopis says, we are so inquiring about Krishna that his feet are so soft that when he wanders in the forest, Kurpadibir Brahmatidir, there is those needles those little stones, they can hurt his feet. And you know that Krishna's skin is so soft that when a simple leaf touch, the color is changing. If you press strong enough your skin, it will change the color for a few seconds. But for Krishna, just a simple leaf touching, the skin is changed because his skin is so soft. And why they want to put the skin of Krishna in their breast? Because when you put the feet of Krishna in your hair, it's not so agreeable that when you put the feet on the tender part of your body. And what is the tender part of a body of a woman, of a girl, is the breast. But the body of a man does not have this ability. So the topmost thing for Gopi is to be able to engage his body for the pleasure of Krishna. And Kanai Chandra, Vrindavan birth, he has already, this in mind. For him, he is already acting, if he was taking care, as a citizen of Vrindavan in the spiritual world. That's the. He does not seem to be, when you look at him, he's really simple. That's what is wonderful with him. And we have to understand that we have to come to the point that either I'm ready to become a blade of grass, because one day Krishna will give me the contact of his lotus feet. I should be able to desire that I can become a tree, because one day Krishna will pick up one of my fruits. And if Krishna wants, maybe I can be a friend. Maybe I can become a citizen of Vrindavan. If he can engage me, I'm ready for everything. But if he thinks that I should become a stones near Govardhan, I can be. Govardhan is considered as Sakyaras, is considered as a friend. He's the best of the friends. Creepers, they are considered a servant. The trees, they are bringing shade, and they give fruits. And goats, they be considered, sometimes they are considered as Vatsalya, sometimes animals and creepers, or stones, or mountains, they can be considered as neutral. But you have to understand that they have all attained perfection, and they are all engaging their senses for the pleasure of Krishna. That a Brahmavadi cannot do. That a Brahmavadi cannot conceive that. Cannot conceive that already his body can engage his senses for the pleasure senses of the Lord. So what to speak about a tree? What to speak about a mountain? For him it's just way beyond. So envy, I will just try to finish 2 or 3 minutes. Envy is the principle by which you become inimical towards Krishna. But at the beginning, it takes place between the association between the gopis and the foremost of the gopis, Radharani. I'm sorry to talk about that. It's not that I want to talk about that, but this is the best example that I find, so I have to share with you. So when we are reciting the morning prayers, we are already talking about the gopis since the beginning. We know that the spiritual master is there. He relishes Radha Krishna Katha. He's undressing them. He's cooking for them. He knows how to assist them. And when we are praying for the Mangala Charanan, we are praying that Radharani is giving her blessings to us and also his followers. So why we should not be able to speak of that if we speak in a way that it's detached and from the Acharya? I may not have any realization about that, but at least I can share you something from the spiritual world that you can understand how is it functioning, at least on the base of Tattva. So this envy is taking place when, for example, Krishna as a Nayaka, as a hero, is going here and there with other gopis from different factions. And the thing is, when Radharani is meeting Chandravali, for example, she stays in her. She's always appreciating her qualities. But when someone is higher than us, if we deepen in our heart think that I want to put him down, I'm better than him, it becomes to be envy. The thing is amanina. Amanina, free from envy. And what is the opposite of amanina? It's avamanina. Avamanina means disrespectful. When I'm disrespecting someone, I consider myself higher. But to avoid this envy, what Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is saying, you have to be humble as a blade of grass. You have to accept this position if you need. You have to be tolerant as a tree. You have to accept that Krishna can go away from you during a long time before to come back. Okay? And I will just finish on that verse. Etat sadvarga haranam ripu nigrahanam param. Adhyatma mulam hetabdid vishnanamanu kirtanam. That means the 6 enemies of the mind, of the person, the 6 great enemies, can be only cut at the roots by holy name. Because the holy name is the first appreciation that you have for Krishna. First, before to glorify someone, you say his name with affection. So when you will say the name of Krishna with affection, naturally you will be able to glorify him with affection. Naturally you will see his qualities. Naturally you will appreciate his form. So in order to curb envy, we need to glorify people. In order to curb envy, we need to do some charity. We need to establish amicable relationship. Kapila Devi says that Satat Bhakti Yeshu Chanyeshu Sabhakta Parakita Smita. The one who doesn't see the Lord in the heart of my devotees, I consider him as a materialist. So if we don't want to become a materialist, we have to appreciate everyone. When Prabhupada says that we have to do competition, he says in a way that we have to do competition which is appreciative. You did better than me. I will try to beat you, but you are really good. Like the gopis. You are with Krishna, you manage to seduce him, you are really good, but I will do my best too. It's not that he did more book than me, and each time he distributed books, I feel bad, you know? How can this guy can do that? Why Krishna does not give me the mercy, you know? Why not me? Me. So this is like that. And what is the process? I find in the Jeva Dharma, the process how envy is coming. And it's simple. He says, the 6 enemies begins by kama. Okay? Kama induce krodha. Because there is between the object of your desire, you cannot possess him. So, when you cannot possess him, and there is a difference between your desire and the reality. That difference will create angerness. When you cannot, and that angerness is passion. Angerness is increasing all your emotion. You know that. Everybody is experiencing angerness. When you are angry, all your emotions are... The perspective of reality is totally different because a little thing can become a big thing, you know? So, lobha comes. Greed. I want more. It becomes, I do, like the child, when he not possessing his little candy, the world is falling apart for him. Because he's fixing his attention on that. He's crying because he's angry, now it's become the big thing. So what after? Angry stall is our intelligence. Buddhi nasha. We lose our intelligence. And that means moha. So, kama, krodha, lobha, moha. What after when I am under illusion? I think myself another person. Mada. I'm become intoxicated. Mada means intoxication. Mada means pride. Mada means I'm not the servant anymore. That's it. I want this thing so much. I'm angry towards Krishna. I'm greedy enough now to consider myself that I can take his place. And what happens when you become intoxicated at the point that you feel proud enough to think that you can become the Lord, that you can enjoy it independently of Krishna? Matsarya. Matsarya is jealousy. Matsarya is enviousness. Matsarya is inimicality between you and Krishna. That's all envy is coming. All this is coming from the desire to enjoy. And in the Bhagavad Gita, it says we come even before kama. Dhayato vishayan pumsa sangastechu pajayate sanjat kama krodo prijayate. That means by a simple contemplation, attachment is coming, and from attachment, kama is coming. That's it. So you know the process of envy now. You know how to curb it, and by charity, by appreciation, by cultivating knowledge, by understanding that the Lord is in everyone's heart. Each time I'm judging someone, actually I'm judging the capacity of the Lord to establish a good relationship between others. When I'm judging someone, I'm saying to the Lord, the way you guide people is not good. The way you made this world is not good. I can do better. I am not better, I will be better. I want all the qualities. When I'm judging someone, I neglect the responsibility of the Lord in the heart of the person. I neglect the responsibility of the Lord in the heart of the person to take him and to guide him as a witness. Smitir ganam apuanamcha. So when I do this, that means I think that the Lord is not good enough to rules and to guide people. I think that the Lord is giving in a wrong way qualities and default to persons. So if I really want to conclude, Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, he gave us one meditation to have to curb envy. And this meditation is when you see Mother Earth is Bhumi. Bhumi is one of the three eternal consort of Lord Vishnu. She is like Lakshmi, always at the feet of Lord Vishnu, with Shri and with Niladevi. Though that means those Bhudevi is an expansion of Bhudevi. I mean, the earth, Bhumi, is the consort of the Lord, is an expansion of the Lord, because Bhumi is the energy of the Lord, like Radharani is the energy of Krishna. So that means Bhumi is at the feet of Krishna. And all the living entities on earth are taking shelter of the feet of Krishna because they are living on earth, and the earth is taking shelter of Vishnu. So in this way, the meditation should be every living entity has taken shelter of the earth, and earth is taking shelter of the Supreme Lord. So they are already devotees. So I should consider them. That's the way that Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur is meditating to curb envy. So I will finish that. Sorry for delaying. And if anyone has a question, I can try to answer. Thank you for your kind attention. Hare Krishna. Yeah, please.
Thank you for really interesting.
Hare Krishna.
I have a question. In the starting, you said that how do you know you're ready to commit yourself fully? Is it something that you get from the mercy of a spiritual master, or is it something that comes from your heart? How do you know you're committed like 100%?
Yes. It begins when you don't have any material desire. If I tell you tomorrow I drop you in an island alone, okay? And you have only your japa, will you be able to be happy or not? So if you are not happy, that means you are not totally dedicated to Krishna, because you need something else than the holy name. The holy name should be at the basis of our spiritual life. It's such an extent that we don't need anything else. Of course, in this island there will be bananas, okay, for you to survive, and there will be a good sun and no wind. So you will feel in holy days. But even in this situation, will you feel happy? If you say no, that means you have to work on that. Because we should have such an appreciation to the holy name that I'm ready to give up everything. I'm ready to wander on the planet with just my japa. There is one exception, association of the devotees. Association of the devotees has to be there. Some may not need, because they find the association in the holy name. Because the holy name is Krishna. Krishna is never leaving Vrindavan. So in the holy name they find a lot of people. So they don't need really devotees because they are already in Vrindavan, you know. But those who cannot, they should be with devotees. So I will tell you a second thing. Is your spiritual master tell you to come life after life to serve Prabhupada or Chaitanya Mahaprabhu? Will you be able to do it? You will do it? That's nice. So that means you are already in a higher you are already taking all your personal consideration away. Because the highest consideration is happiness. Happiness means liberation from suffering from this world. This is platform of goodness. Pure goodness means I don't even care of that. You should not care about wealth, about karma, jnana, and moksha. In this way, if you do that, that means you are renunciant. But mastering your senses is one thing, okay? That's one thing. We say anurakta. Anurakta means I have to find something that I can serve eternally Krishna. It should be your japa. If it's not your japa, can it be dressing the deities? Can it be doing some garlands for Krishna? You have to find something that you are ready to do eternally. And you have to also be Atma Nikshepa Karpanye. You know, there is 6 ways to surrender, and one is to be able to do everything for Krishna. Krishna is telling to do the toilet, do it. Krishna is telling you actually to suffer, like on the cross, to such an extent, like Jesus Christ, you should be able to do it. That's extreme example, but when you project yourself, if you say yes to those things, you may not be able to do it really, but at least if you say yes, you let the opportunity to Krishna to engage you in everything.
Thank you.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much for a wonderful class, and thank you very much for also make it personal and talking about your personal experience. I can certainly relate to that. I guess my question, it's on the back of Harika Mataji's question, which is, in the Bhagavad Gita, it does say that real renunciation is not necessarily living on in, isolating yourself in a forest, but it's actually acting in the world. Yes. So how do we are ready to be renunciates, but also how are we acting in the world, and because sometimes being in an ashram, which here is great, but also like we're supposed to spread Krishna consciousness to our friends and families and acting in the world. So I guess that's my question.
That's nice. So never misunderstand that even if I like the holy name, even if I like my service, even if I'm alone, I will be happy. That does not mean that I'm alone. So this example of the island is just to put you in a condition that if there is nothing, will you be satisfied between you and Krishna in your heart? If you say yes, go and preach, because people will be inspired. And if you say no, go and preach, because you need to be purified. So in any case, preaching has to be there, because we feel compassionate to such. Compassion is there to curb envy. Compassion is there to help us to relate with people, to share the mercy that we have received, to be able to continue the parampara. So the thing is, Narada Muni is comparing the world like a buffalo. The guna is putting the rope around the nose, and the buffalo has to go here and there. So when we are comparing ourselves like that, we are seeing people like buffaloes with a ring in their nose and the ropes of the gunas leading them here and there. But we know that they are performing so many impious activities, and amongst them there is innocent people. If we give them education, they will be able to take Krishna consciousness seriously. Those people, we want to save them. It's our duty. And when I met those devotees, I understand that my duty now is to give what I receive, because my life was such a torture. I find no consistency, no goal, no really tangible happiness, that when I receive Krishna consciousness, I felt that I'm not alone like that. So what you say is true. We should engage our senses for the benefit of others. This is really imperative. But in the same time, you should derive enough happiness in your spiritual activities that you don't need anything material. Yes? That's nice.
Thank you.
Joy. Okay, thank you for your kind intention. Srimad Bhagavatam ki, Srila Prabhupada ki, Samaveta Bhaktavinda ki, Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda ki, Nitai Gaur Premanande Haribo. Jai Kanamba Kanana Maharaj.
Hare Krishna. Thank you so much for your class. It's really, really good class. I think that the question was that, well, I can kind of relate to your experience. And coming here.
Yeah. I'm giving my comments.
Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama,